Okay, so we're going to get started here in just about a minute. So get your last coffee. So good morning and welcome to our Professional Development Day. We are absolutely delighted that you are with us this morning, whether you are live or you are viewing our YouTube live stream. Welcome. For those of you who need a translation, we have Spanish translation. So if you would talk to Melissa, and Melissa atrás, se necesitó traducción en español. So a couple of housekeeping things here. There's food and drink in the back. Please help yourself. We have more than enough for everyone. We also have restrooms, which are on my right. They're also duplicated upstairs, so there's plenty of restroom facilities available. This is an absolutely gorgeous facility, and we are thrilled to be here today. We will have a break after our first speaker. Then we will break for lunch at 11:30, where we will feed you. Again, we have lots of food coming today. We know better. No professional development, no food, no development. We get it. We will keep you very well fed and plenty of drinks available. We'll break for a couple hours at lunch because we know you may have things you want to get done. We'll come back this afternoon and we will have 2 more speakers and then time for you to ask questions and to interact with our speakers. They have been most generous with their time and we cannot thank them enough. Please turn off your phones if you haven't done so already. And those of us who are speaking, we need to remember that this is being translated, and so we need to match our speaking pace so that our poor translators are not struggling to keep up with us. So today is a celebration. Welcome back to this community. A great welcome and joy for us to be back together. But with that joy comes some stress, some worries. And so part of today is to address that and to talk about the joy of being together and the stress that it brings and the celebration of the diverse nature of our campus that makes us so strong and so resilient and so ready to address these challenges. So we hope that you enjoy today's program, and we look forward to many, many more. It is now my great privilege to introduce the president of Santa Fe Community College, Dr. Becky Rowley.
Thank you, Jane. I really appreciate what you all have done to bring us all together like this today. I'd like to begin our morning by reading the Santa Fe Community College Land Acknowledgement Statement. This was crafted by the PDAC committee, a special subcommittee that was led by S.J. Miller, Shalimar Krebs, and Brooke Gondera. So I'd like to begin by reading that. Santa Fe Community College acknowledges that the lands beneath the college are unceded sovereign lands of the Pueblo nations of Tesuque, Nambe, Poake, San Ildefonso, Okeowinge, Cochiti, Kiowa, San Felipe, Santa Ana, Zia, and Jemez, and that New Mexico's indigenous peoples their governance, cultures, languages, and religions have been systemically attacked over centuries of settler colonial erasure. SFCC recognizes and respects Indigenous peoples as the original and current stewards of the land where we learn, work, and grow. SFCC commits to recognize the collective histories and to engage in restorative actions that demonstrate inclusive support for Indigenous community members while practicing responsible stewardship of the land. By honoring and listening to Indigenous voices, SFCC will embody anti-racism through ongoing restorative action for social justice. Again, thank you all for being here today. Thank you all for being online if you were not able to join us in person today. As Jane mentioned to you, this topic is so important to us. You know, when we were trying to figure out what should professional development be this time, I think the topic emerged so clearly because we've been getting requests, concerns from all different aspects of the campus about our own mental health and our own ability to remain resilient in the face of all of the change that's going on around us right now and all the difficult stresses we all face, and then for us to be able to take care of ourselves so that we can indeed help our students, because in order to help our students, we have to first take care of ourselves. It really is kind of like the airplane thing where you have to put your own mask on before you put your child's mask on. And so we're here to learn about both of those things. So again, thank you for being here today. Thank you to the entire HR team under Jane Euster for putting this on today. They have done an incredible job in lining up speakers. Mary Margaret has done a great job in crafting this program. So thank you to all of them, and everybody enjoy your day. I'm going to bring Jane back up.
So right before I introduce Mary Margaret Kelly, who will act as our MC the rest of the day, yes, I almost forgot. Thank you to the village that it took to bring this to life. Not only HR involved, to our magnificent CERT teams and maintenance people who are out there handling all the parking lot, to the staff here who has made us welcome and shown us how to set it up, to our friends in marketing who have been there to help us with all of the PR and things, to the technology department, without whom we don't even do the live streams and things, and to anybody else who has been involved. If I've forgotten you, I apologize. But this really took a village. And thank you to this magnificent institution for pulling together and making this happen. And now I'd like to introduce Mary Margaret Kelly, who will act as MC for the rest of today. Please enjoy.
Hello. Our first speaker is someone who was part of a family connection that I had. A sister of mine has been involved in Special Olympics in New Mexico for years, and our first speaker has made that organization an extension of family and community. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Randy from Special Olympics and let you meet her.
So how nice to be with you this morning. I came from Albuquerque and loved the drive. Can you believe that? That doesn't always happen that way, but I got to leave in the dark and then watch the light, and it was just gorgeous. So appreciate you being here. When I was asked to speak, I wasn't quite sure what I could say to you that would make a difference, so I decided I'm just going to share with you some things that I have learned from people with intellectual disabilities that have made a huge impact on my life. And just so it can all be put in the right context, I've spent the majority of my life in sport and happened to have the opportunity to be involved in intercollegiate women's basketball. And so I had just years of watching the most talented and gifted women play basketball, and then left that arena to work with Special Olympics, not knowing anything about people with intellectual disabilities. So my very first assignment was actually in the state of Iowa, and we were having a Special Olympics basketball tournament, and we had 1,000 athletes that were going to come and compete, and we needed volunteers. So I decided the best place I knew to go and recruit basketball volunteers was to attend the intercollegiate men's basketball game between the University of Iowa and Indiana University. So I took 10 Special Olympic athletes to that game, and we were going to perform at halftime. So for the entire first half, I took them into the locker room and I told them, okay, you guys, we just have to sit here and wait until it's our turn. And we did. And when we heard the buzzer go off for the ending of the first half, I took them all out into the tunnel and I gave them each a basketball. And I said, all right, I want you to run till you get to the gym floor. And so they put the ball underneath their arm and they all ran down the tunnel. And when they hit the gym floor, their eyes got about this big because they thought 17,000 people had come to see them. So they needed no instruction. So half of them went to one basket, the other half went to the other basket, and they started to do basketball things. And they were dribbling and they were passing, and people were pretty much ignoring them because, you know, it's halftime of a game and nobody pays attention to what's going on during halftime. So all of a sudden, I noticed one of our guys who had Down syndrome, he was over at the free throw line extended, and he took this little shot and it went in. And when it went in, there were about 15 people sitting underneath the basket, and so they started to applaud for him. And when he realized that that applause was for him, he walked right over to him and he bowed. And they reacted just like you did. And so that just jazzed him all the more. So we went back to that same spot, and he took a couple dribbles and he shot this sweet little jumper, and just as it was supposed to happen, he buried it. And this time, 30 to 50 people, they were whooping him on and whistling, and it was his moment in time. So he puts his arms up in the air and he parades around the arena. And as he's parading around the arena, people started to pay attention. So I grabbed the microphone and I said, "We are Special Olympics. We are coming to your university and we need your help." And as I was making my appeal for volunteers, I noticed that on the other side of the court level, there were a row of mostly young adults, all in wheelchairs. And they were watching what was going on the floor. So after I finished with my volunteer appeal, I decided I was going to go over and I was going to talk to those guys. So I went over and I started to say hi to every one of those people in those wheelchairs. And I got about halfway down the row, and I walked up to this young woman who was seated in a chair, and I looked at her and didn't react real well because The best way I could describe her to you would be to tell you that she looked like a fish. So everything on her to me seemed pointed. Her chin was pointed. The back of her head was relatively pointed. Her fingers were pointed. And her eyes were set more on the side of her head. So when I looked, wasn't quite sure how to respond, but I noticed she was wearing a Mideast regional basketball button on her jacket. So I zeroed in on that button and I poked it and I said, "That is a very cool button. And I'm really glad you got to come to this game tonight." And she looked up at me and softly said, "I work hard." And I heard that, and I gave it a moment's thought, and then I patted her on the shoulder, and I started to go to the next person, and all of a sudden, that little girl said, "No, wait." So I went back, and I got down on my knees, and I looked at her dead in her eyes. And she said to me, "I mean, I really work hard." So we got through that, and I took all the athletes home after the game, and I pulled into my driveway and parked the car and sobbed, because I thought, did I just meet the first person in my life that had to work as hard as they could just to stay alive? Because what is it that she had to work hard at? And that's the only thing I could come up with. And as soon as I was thinking all of that through, all of a sudden, that message kind of left me. And the message that I learned that night and hang on to is this: when we work as hard as we can every day, and I had to stop right there and ask myself, do I? Do I get up every day and work as hard as I can? And if I do, what is it that motivates me to do that? And as I thought about that, I thought about that little girl, and the very thing that motivated her to work as hard as she could was, it was all about who she was. Not necessarily what she did, but equally as important, who she was in what she did. And I'm a firm believer that when who we are in what we do, no matter what it is that we do, when the who we are in what we do matters as much as the what we do, things change. People around us change. Organizations change. Institutions of knowledge change. Families change. So I have learned from that little girl that who we are is really what matters to people. Because not even spending much time with her at all, she made an impact on me that will be forever with me. And I am deeply thankful. I would ask you, do you get up every day and do you work as hard as you can? And if you do, what is it that motivates you to do that? And then, if you decide to collectively do that, it will make a huge difference in the people around you, because they will be watching. Another thing that I learned was a great lesson on integrity. And I share this primarily because I think it's sorely lacking in our world today, to be quite honest with you. And I gave thought to integrity, but I really gave thought to integrity in 2003 when Special Olympics New Mexico took 9 athletes to Dublin, Ireland to compete in the Special Olympics World Games. And it was just a phenomenal experience for everyone. We selected our team about a year out, and we took, along with other athletes, 4 golfers. And so we selected these golfers, and when we announced the team, one of the golfers was from Albuquerque, and he came into my office, and he stands in front of my desk, and he does this. Randy, gonna win the gold for New Mexico. And it's one of those moments that in your life where you have to be really careful about what you say next, because I'm thinking, it could make a real difference to this guy. And so I tell him, Matthew, I hope you do win the gold for New Mexico. We will all be very proud of you, but even if you don't win the gold, New Mexico is still very proud of you for being selected. And he looked at me like I had 3 heads, and then he hits my desk again and he goes, Randy, gonna win the gold for New Mexico. I was like, get out of my office. Yes. You know. So this guy starts to train, and he plays more golf courses across our state than the Lord should have ever allowed. I mean, he was playing golf every day he possibly could. So when it came time to go to Dublin, this young man was ready, and he was golfing very, very well. And so we get to the games, and about the 3rd day of competition, I decide I'm going to go watch our golfers. So I go, and I see Matthew, and he's paired up with, I think it was a golfer from Germany, a golfer from South Africa, a golfer from Ireland, and Matt. And so as spectators, we're not allowed to be close to the golfers. So I knew I wasn't going to get a chance to talk to him. So I go to this beautiful Irish golf course, and I walk in, and there's a leaderboard with all the golfers' names on it. And then there's caddies running all around, and all the caddies have the golfer's name on their back. And this was big time. This was like, wow. So, and of course it's Ireland, and it's golf, and it's magnificent. So we get away from Matt, and we're probably maybe 35, 40 yards away from him, and I'm watching, and he's playing really well, and he's hitting the ball well. And so he he's on the 4th hole, and he hits this drive, and it goes about 200 yards. And then all of a sudden, as it happens, the ball goes way to the right, and it ends up in the rough. Well, I look over, and this little guy goes running over there, and all of a sudden he points, all right? So the whole fairway was lined with Irish volunteers. They had a lot of volunteers there. So he's pointing, and he's not really paying all that much attention, and he's pointing, and finally Matt goes over, and the guy points to the ball, and Matt hits it, and it goes back onto the fairway, and then Matt hits it again, goes onto the green, and he putts, and he's out of the woods, and it's great. So then he gets to the 5th hole, and he drives his ball, and it goes about 230 yards, and it's dead set in the center of the fairway. So it's looking good. So he walks over when it's his turn to hit the ball, and Matthew's a quick hitter. So he doesn't take a lot of time. He addresses the ball and he hits. So, you know, on a normal time, he walks up, looks down, does his little waggle, and boom, hits, and that's it. Well, this time, I notice he goes over, he does his little waggle, and he stays down. And I'm going, what? And he stays down. And he's looking, and all of a sudden I see him look up, and I hear him call for his caddy. His caddy's name is Declan. And I hear him say, Declan, Declan. So Declan runs over, and I can hear them talk, and then all of a sudden Declan's on a little walkie-talkie, and then a little guy with a white polo shirt comes running over out of nowhere, and they're talking, and all of a sudden Matt puts the club into his bag, and they all walk off. And I'm like, what? Have no idea. Can't talk to him, don't know what's going on. So I get back to the clubhouse, and people are talking, and I learn a little bit more about what happened. So in the game of golf, which I did not know, what happened to Matt was when he played the ball on the 4th and then drove that ball on the 5th. When he went to hit it, he realized that was not his ball. So in the game of golf, when you drive the next hole with the wrong ball, you're automatically disqualified from the round. So I hear people talking, and some people are saying, he could have hit that ball, no one would have known. Nobody would have known. And for a moment, I'm thinking, he could have hit that. No, I'm not going to, no. All right, so a couple days go by, comes time for the awards ceremony, and obviously Matthew doesn't get a medal. So a lot of people there. And at the end of the ceremony, where there's a lot of joy, everybody's just loving getting medals, because even in any Olympic Games, a medal is a darn big deal. And so Matt doesn't get a medal. All of a sudden, this man walks up on the stage, and he says, Matthew, come to the front, Matthew. So Matt walks to the front, and he brings him up on stage, and the guy who calls him up there is the owner of the golf course. And he says to everybody, tells him what happened, and he says, golf is a game of integrity. Life is a game of integrity. And Matthew, you showed great integrity. And for that integrity, I decided to make you a full-time honorary member of my golf course. And so he said, anytime you want to come to Ireland and play, you can play for free, laddie. I have your name on a locker, and it will stay there. And I look in the back, and there's his grandfather going. And then he gives Matt a little hug, and then here comes this younger man, and he's holding this little sculpture. And he walks over to Matt, and he says, Matthew, I was the one that pointed you to the wrong ball. And all of a sudden it got quiet. And he said, I feel so bad. And he said, when I told the other volunteers, we all chipped in and we bought you this Irish sculpture, this golfer, and we would be so proud if you would take it back to New Mexico. So Matt walks over to him, takes the sculpture, and then gives him this big hug. And that was a learning moment, because I thought, in the world of sport today, what you probably would have seen is when that man told the golfer, he cost him, in a ways, he cost him his medal. Today, that golfer probably would have punched him in the head, or something terrible would have happened out there. So this is what I think, and I've thought a lot about integrity ever since. Matt didn't make a decision in Ireland any different than Matt makes in Albuquerque every day of his life. I mean, he was on a world stage, but the world stage didn't put a sense of integrity in him. His sense of integrity was this: he knew what was the right thing to do. And he knew the right thing because he knew what his truth was, understood what his values, where they came from. He got sport. He got life in his own way. And when you decide what you believe is truth, every single day, that truth governs your behavior. And a lot of times, if you're not sure what your truth is, you let your circumstances govern your behavior. And it happens all the time. It's easy when circumstances are not good to go with whatever you think at the time because you're emotional. But when you have a foundation of truth and you know what that is, you make decisions about how to act and what to do based on that. We need leaders of integrity. We need people of integrity. And why we need that more than ever is because our kids need it. Because our kids aren't seeing it. They are not seeing integrity. Last lesson. It's important, no matter what you do, who you work with, that you always maintain a sense of humor. And in Special Olympics, every day, we have the gift of laughing, because our guys are hilarious, all right? So I'm going to share with you a story. We had a phone call. I got a phone call one day from a younger woman, and she said, Randy, I have a sister who has an intellectual disability, and she was raised by my grandmother. And my grandmother kept her at home a good bit of her life because she couldn't bear the thought of her being teased and bullied. So she said she's not been out much. She's been at our home, at my grandmother's home, and she said, but my grandmother passed away. So we want to get her involved. Is there anything that Special Olympics can do for her? You know, and she said she's not really much of an athlete, I don't think. We don't know. And I said, oh, it's perfect. I said, we're just going into bowling. And I said, we have 900 athletes in New Mexico that bowl because you don't have to be real coordinated. You can drink a Coke, you can eat, and you can talk and laugh, and you don't have to sweat, and you can compete. So we got a lot of those kind of guys. So bowling is very popular in our state. So she brings her into bowling, and we find a team for her. And this little team is a nice little team, and they're the young woman's name is Missy, and she's probably in her late 20s, all right? And there happens to be a young man on this team who has Down syndrome, who's in his early 30s. And when Missy comes into the team, all of a sudden, you could tell Donald, he was like, oh, we got a new teammate. Well, he started to pay a little attention to Missy. So we got through bowling, and after every Special Olympic competition, we have a victory dance. So I happened to notice that old Donald was just all about Missy at this dance, and the poor thing never got to sit down. So anyhow, so they're dancing, and that's a good thing. And then her sister calls back, and she said, that was great, bowling worked. I think I'd really like her to swim. Do you have a swim program? And I was like, yeah. So got her involved with the coach, and just so happened that her coach was also Donald's coach, and they were on the same team. So Missy's a swimmer, and she's doing pretty well. And so I noticed at the competition that as soon as Missy gets done with her swim, there's Donald at the side of the pool with a towel, and he helps her out of the water and makes sure she's all, and the boy's just in love. I mean, he's just in love. I don't know any other way to say it. And she's not minding it either, let me tell you. So they go on, and one day, Donald's dad comes up to me at a competition, and he said, Randy, he goes, I got to share with you what happened. And I was like, what? And he said, Missy comes over to the house one night, and he said, she tells me, his name is Orrin, and she said, Orrin, can I talk to you alone, just you and me? And he said, yeah, sure. So he said, I take her into the other room, and he said, I'm looking down at her, and she looks up at me, and she said, want to marry your son. And he said, Randy, never in a million years did I ever think I was going to hear those words. So he says, I have no idea what to say to her. So he said, I give it a second, and he said, I'm looking down, and she's looking up at me just wanting something. And I said, okay. He said, you can marry my son. And he said, but... he said, if you marry my son, every morning you have to get up, you have to make him breakfast, send him off to work. When he comes home, you have to feed him, make sure he has a good dinner, and once a week you have to do his laundry. And he said she stood there for about 10 seconds and then looked up at him and said, never mind. And I tell people, we may be slow, but we're not stupid. So this is what that story says to me. Humor has a way of reducing problems in people and putting them in the proper proportion. So do what you just did now. Laugh at yourself, laugh at each other, and I wish you the best of years. And I'm done.
As loud a speaker. Randy has to get on the road right away at 10, but she's here for a few minutes, and I'd like to have a conversation a little bit about how we can help the Santa Fe Special Olympics get back to their pre-COVID enthusiasm. One thing I know for certain, we need to find a bowling alley in Santa Fe. Apparently our bowlers in Santa Fe have to drive all the way to Albuquerque, so put that in a process of trying to find a solution.
So let me just talk to you about Team Santa Fe. Pre-COVID, they were pretty amazing. They were strong. They have very good coaches, and they participate. We offer 12 sports all year, and so we have a lot of. They can go from one sport to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, depending on what they want to do. Of the 12 that we offer, 8 of them are unified. All right, and that means that half of the people on the team are Special Olympic athletes, and the other half are not. And so it can be family, neighbors, friends, school, classmates, whatever. So we're always looking to bring in unified partners to play the sports with us. So that's always one option. We do unified softball. We do unified flag football. We do unified golf, unified bocce, unified bowling, unified volleyball. So if you have any interest in playing, let me just say, we're all ability level divisioned. So you don't have to be a great athlete. You can just be who you are and play with us. And it's a lot of fun, the unified piece. We're always needing coaches. So if you know a little something about a sport and you've coached it and you liked it, we need trained coaches. The nice thing about that is there's light at the end of the tunnel. So you only have to coach for 12 weeks, 10 weeks, and then you're done. And they practice about once a week, usually. We have 2 games. We have an area games. So your area is area 2. So all of the communities in this part of the state compete in area 2. And then we have state competition. And we travel around the state for state competition because we like the athletes to be able to have the experience of going to a different town. Many of them never get to leave their homes or their group homes, and so they get to travel to Clovis, Farmington. We used to have a competition here in Santa Fe. We did softball and golf, and we stayed at Glorietta. And they loved that because they didn't love it at first because there's no televisions and no telephones. And so they had to go outside. And then there was a whole new world open to them. So anyhow, we travel around the state. And then, it costs money to be in Special Olympics because the coaches and the families have to raise money for uniforms. If they have to take a bus, the bus can cost thousands for the weekend. They have to pay for hotels. And so, just being able to support Team Santa Fe is wonderful because, bake sales and car washes after a while get a little tiring, and you all know how that is if you have kids. So, but anyhow, so that's another way you can be involved. And if you just want to come the day of, you just want to be a day of event volunteer. I want to go volunteer. We have area games here, and it's wherever we can find a facility, to be honest with you. And you can show up and help. And we are a culture of welcome and would love to have you. We service 3,000 Special Olympic athletes. And so they start at age 2 in the elementary schools. We partner them with 4th and 5th grade classes, and they learn how differences aren't as big of a deal as they may think, and they all learn to know each other's names and be friends, and it's wonderful. And then our oldest athlete is from Lincoln County, and Now, I don't know, pre-COVID, she was our oldest, and she was 81. So we got the gamut. So would love to have you. Phil, anytime. Go on our website, Special Olympics New Mexico gives you all the information. And if you don't have any questions, I have a board of directors meeting that I have to get back to. So thank you.
Thank you, Randy. You can see how Randy has become such an integral part of the community in Special Olympics Albuquerque, and we were very grateful to have her come up here and talk to us today. Thank you, Randy. We have a break now before our next speaker, and I wanted to encourage everybody to get breakfast, and we'll have that speaker from NAMI starting in at 10:30. Okay? Thank you.
Hi, everybody. So it looks like we can get started here a little bit earlier. Looks like you've all had a nice break. So I'm going to turn this now over to Mary Margaret. Once again, thank you all so much for being here. And that was a fabulous first speaker. And we're going to continue our day. It's going to get even better. Mary Margaret.
So our next speaker is from the National Alliance of Mental Illness in Santa Fe. And that's a really wonderful local resource, and that's really the goal for today, is to continue to expand our local resources for each other. And without further ado, Betty Shover.
Thank you. Okay. This needs adjusting. Whoops. Can you hear me? Except I feel like I'm stretching like a giraffe. Okay. Good morning, and thanks for having me. NAMI is always happy to come out and talk about what we do, get in the community, and try to normalize mental health conditions as best we can. So, as Mary Margaret said, I'm Betty Cisneros Shover. I'm the president of the NAMI Santa Fe Board of Directors. Here in Santa Fe, it's our local affiliate for NAMI. Okay, is that better? Okay. So I'm also a trained facilitator for support and education programs, and I'll be talking to you about that a little later, about the different programs that we have. I also advocate for people with mental illness at the legislature. I used to be a registered lobbyist. Now I'm just an advocate because we believe that advocacy is more important than being a registered lobbyist. So I first became involved in NAMI when my son was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and my family was struggling to cope, and we just needed some support, and as it turned out, we needed education. And since then, I've dedicated myself to this organization and helping others who struggle with the same challenges. I want to introduce my daughter and our new executive director of NAMI Santa Fe, Jessica Shover. And she's just recently our new first time NAMI Santa Fe has had an executive director. We're actually growing, which is a good thing. So Jessica, she will be there to answer questions afterwards and help me out. So NAMI. NAMI stands for the National, oops, slide. Okay, went past that one. Okay, so NAMI is the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and you know, I'm having a hard time seeing the slides, so I'm just going to turn this a little bit. Is that okay? Let me just, I have a copy of my slides, it might be easier for me to see it here. We're known as the nation's voice on mental illness. I like to think of it as a moral authority on mental illness. We are a national organization. We have our national office in Arlington, Virginia, and then we have a state organization in Albuquerque. We're all volunteer-based. We're a nonprofit. Our mission is to support, educate, and advocate for people, both individuals with mental illness as well as their families. All our programs are provided at no cost, and we sustain ourselves with donations and grants. And the reason, NAMI's philosophy is that they feel that we as individuals who have the lived experience with mental illness give us the credentials to talk about and help others with mental illness issues. And we also get training by NAMI. So between our lived experience and our training, that's what really qualifies us to provide our programs. We also, so aside from our programs, we also advocate for mental health by supporting legislation. We do talks like this, we do health fairs, and we just try to get out in the community and try to talk about mental health so that we can normalize it. I wanted to start off with a story because I think, stories are pretty impactful. And so, because I sometimes have a hard time telling my story because it's a little emotional, I'm going to read it. Just allow me to read my story. So I told you I'm the president of NAMI Santa Fe, but more importantly, I'm the mother of a 36-year-old son diagnosed with bipolar disorder. And really, it's my son that's my motivation for doing the work that I do, because as many of you moms know, you'll do just about anything for your child. But also because our entire family has benefited so greatly from the support and education we have received from NAMI. This is why I feel a need to pay it forward. So I joined NAMI 18 years ago when my son was diagnosed when he was 18. So he's 36 now. And he had gone to a sound engineering school in Hollywood, and he had a psychotic break there. And we had started noticing some symptoms of anxiety and depression, but also some issues with substance abuse. But, you know, as a teenager, you think, oh, well, that's just normal stuff. It'll grow out of that. But once he was at his school in Hollywood, he had a psychotic break and required hospitalization. And that's when our difficult journey began. Many hospitalizations, dealings with law enforcement ensued over about 13 years. My husband and I, who were both hardworking engineers and able to solve most problems, very quickly realized that our attempts at using logic and natural consequences were not working. Plus, his issues were severely impacting our family. And Jessica can attest with her own story about living with a sibling with mental illness. The other complicating factor, as I said before, was dealing with a young person who was also self-medicating, which that comes with it many times, and just trying to grow up and be an independent adult. Dr. Strickers is going to talk to you later today, and he'll probably tell you that the symptoms of an organic mental illness and substance abuse are sometimes hard to distinguish, especially now with the opioid crisis that we're in. And then there's the unsolicited advice from family and friends who think that they know how you should parent. Just warn you about that. And psychiatrists only give you a diagnosis and medication. Counselors only really deal with the individual. And we knew as a family we needed more, and we found NAMI. So we first attended a family support group where after several meetings we were encouraged to sign up for a 12-week family education program, one of our signature programs called Family to Family, where we would learn about the anatomy of mental illness, the medication and treatments, better ways of communication, and resources in the community. But most importantly, how to take care of ourselves through all of this and still advocate for our son. We learned to see the person and not the illness. We learned that we are not alone in this struggle. And we learned to never give up hope. So this is how many of our members come to us and begin their association with NAMI. It's usually family members who contact us, but we also have individuals who have struggled for years and finally realizing that they have a mental health disorder, and they contact us on their own too. So NAMI is really an organization of both individuals with a mental health condition as well as their families, friends, or caregivers. So after attending both NAMI signature programs, we were asked to train to become facilitators of these programs, which is what I still do today. In 2015, I lost my husband to cancer, and I began to worry that my child was going to be triggered into having another psychotic episode. by the death of his father. And a year after he did, and this was after many hospitalizations and in and out of medication, not complying with his medication, which is very common, especially for a young man. So at that point, I sent him to a 6-month mental health treatment center in Houston, where finally at the age of 31, I think the magic age of maturity is 30, to tell you the truth. He gained, for men, sorry Marcos. Anyway, at that age and through that program, he finally gained insight into his illness. He got stable on his medications, and he started realizing that this was an illness that he had to manage. So I'm proud to say that today he has been in recovery now 5 years. He has 2 part-time jobs. He lives on his own. He has not had a psychotic episode since his returning from the treatment center. Unfortunately for him, his dream of becoming a sound engineer has been unrealized, although he still does create and record music in his home studio. And he still struggles with his illness. But he knows now, how to deal with it. So because of the help that my family and others have received from NAMI, I can now see clearly that the positive impact it has made in the recovery of my son is what it's all about, and it's why I do what I do. And I have to say also that when family members are involved with an individual, recovery it has a higher rate. You have a higher rate of recovery when there's family involvement. So, let's see, I want to go to now recognizing the conditions and triggers. I'm not going to read this whole slide, but you can see that there are many different reasons why mental illness, you might have a mental illness. Genetics, of course, brain chemistry, stressful events, trauma, especially childhood trauma. And abusing drugs and alcohol can also change the chemistry of your brain. And then once you're on a medication, if you go off of it, non-compliance generally sometimes even comes back with more symptoms. Regarding suicide, you know that New Mexico is like 4th highest in the nation for suicide. So I always feel like we have to talk about suicide, and that's something very real for many of our individuals. Very high in bipolar especially, depression. So just wanted to kind of go over the red flags that you should look for as individuals, as professionals in your field. Feeling very sad. But, not people feel sad, but I mean, it has to be a prolonged time of sadness. Making plans. Sometimes people say they don't have a plan when they do. You just have to listen a little closer. Risky behaviors. And sudden, overwhelming fear for no reason. I think that would be really more like anxiety. Sometimes with a racing heart or fast breathing. Not eating or throwing up. Severe mood swings causing problems in relationships. Excess use of alcohol or drugs, again, self-medicating. Or if you see drastic changes in their personality, extreme difficulty in concentrating, and intense worries or fears getting in the way of daily activities. You can just talk to somebody and listen and see what it is they're dealing with if you see any of these signs. So I want to talk about stigma, because that is something that NAMI works very hard to eliminate. Stigma is, as the chart says, when someone or even yourself use a person in a negative way just because they have a mental health condition. Some people describe stigma as a feeling of shame or judgment from someone else. Stigma can even come from an internal place, confusing feeling bad with being bad. So NAMI works to eliminate stigma, and we do it by talks like this, talking openly about mental health. Of course, our education programs and our support programs are all available, and we hope to diminish stigma by educating people about what it is they're dealing with. We try to be conscious of the language we use, because language does matter. When people say, oh, he's crazy, I don't like that word. We try to encourage the equality between physical and mental health, because we know that mental health disorders are biological brain disorders, just like other health issues like cancer and diabetes. We show compassion for those dealing with mental health conditions. In our organization and even on our board, we have people with diagnosis, and sometimes they're not doing so well, and we just, it's kind of like the test of working with difficult people, but we do it because that's what we're about. And sometimes we have to let the media know when they are being stigmatizing. And especially around Halloween, you get a lot of these, haunted houses with crazy asylum things, and when we see something like that, we call people on it. So I just want to highlight some of the behavioral health organizations that we have right here in Santa Fe. There's a list of them. I think I'm not going to go through all of them because I'd like to spend some time answering questions later, but just briefly, Santa Fe Community Guidance Center is an organization that has several psychiatrists, psychologists, counselors. Christus St. Vincent Behavioral Health, they're outpatient. They also have now a whole outpatient service. The Life Link, many of you have known about the Life Link. They've been in business for a long time. Carol Loon Anderson started that many years ago, and she's now retired. But they deal with not only mental health and substance abuse, but they also deal with human trafficking. And some of you may have not know that. The La Sala Center, which is kind of new, came about as a result of the gross receipts tax that passed several years ago, which allowed us to create a crisis center, which we have a mobile crisis team there. Also, Santa Fe Recovery has a detox center there. That's a walk-in center. You can just go and walk in. If anybody just has an issue, you can just walk into their facility. Santa Fe Recovery has detox programs. They have a residential treatment. They have outpatient treatment, medication-assisted treatment, and I think they also now have a women's center as well as men's. And the city of Santa Fe has a new unit called the ARU, the Alternative Response Unit, that is similar to the mobile crisis that the county has. And then the hospital, Christus St. Vincent now has it's not new, it's maybe 3 or 4 years old, a behavioral health observation unit where people are set aside in that emergency area if they come in with a behavioral health problem, so that they're not in the emergency room with the people who have heart attacks and broken arms and legs and that kind of thing. And then they also have a psychiatric ward, a behavioral health unit. I think they only have about 8 beds. So, and that's the only thing we have in northern New Mexico in terms of a psychiatric unit. Presbyterian, if you had to send somebody or somebody went to Presbyterian Hospital here on the South End, they would evaluate you through a telehealth situation, and then probably if you needed to be admitted, they'd send you to Albuquerque. So that's how they work. I didn't list them because they don't really have a psychiatric services per se. I wanted to talk about the new 988 Lifeline. Used to be, we had an 800 number that it was 800-273-8555 or something like that. I don't know, I always had to look it up. Now we have the 988, and some of you wondered why we all had to go to the, what is it, the 505, the 10-digit dialing. It was because of this new 988 number. NAMI was really behind a lot of this, and we're very proud of that. The FTC finally did approve it, and we have it now. So, so again, it's a dedicated number. It's not just suicide, it's any mental health crisis. And it connects people with trained counselors who can help, who can either help on the phone or can get you in touch with your local crisis response teams. I think in New Mexico Crisis and Access Line is who is handling those calls now. And if you don't know about NM Cal or an NM Crisis and Access, that's another really good one, and I should have listed their number here. But it's 1-800-NM Crisis, something like that. And they have 24/7 counselors who can talk to you at any time. And you can also text to this 988 number to be connected. So for some of you who have, I noticed on some of the counseling emails that I exchanged before this presentation, they had the 800, the suicide crisis number, the 800 number. I'd encourage you to change it to the 988. It's just so much easier, and that's what we're going to. So. Since the pandemic is, something always on our minds here as of late, of course we knew that mental health in the U.S. population was affected by the pandemic, and for all these reasons, social isolation and, economic problems, people losing their jobs, housing. So that has definitely increased our mental health issues, particularly around anxiety and depression and substance use. So, we all know that what COVID has done to people, such as, negative effects on heart, kidneys, brain, lungs. But we didn't know what happened to people specifically with COVID-19. And I just want to read you a little bit about a study that was just done of more than 150,000 VA patients who got COVID-19 between March 2020 and January 2021. They followed them for a year. People who have recovered from COVID-19, even mild cases, are at a significantly increased risk of developing a range of mental health disorders, including anxiety, depression, substance abuse, and cognitive impairment. It's kind of scary, but that's what COVID has brought to us. And then just recently, a CNN and Kaiser Family Foundation just released the results of a big survey they did of 2,000 U.S. adults. 90% said they believe that there's a mental health crisis in our country. That's huge. About half of these adults say they have had a severe mental health crisis in their family. A third or more of adults report that major source of stress include personal finances and current and political events. We can all understand that, huh? And about 6 out of 10 adults say they have not been able to get needed care, as well as about half adults younger than 30 and LGBT adults. And for those who have gone without help, some of the reasons are the cost of mental health care, health insurance companies that don't cover mental health, like they do physical. 63% said there was not enough mental health providers who take insurance. 62% said it was stigma or shame. and 55% there was not enough mental health providers, and we know in New Mexico that is certainly the case. We're still trying to get caught up from years ago when many of our mental health centers were closed down due to alleged fraud by our government. So, and then again in Santa Fe, regarding the pandemic, we're seeing an increase in opioid use and overdose, where before we were actually seeing a decline. So not good news in the mental health field. Okay, I don't want to really spend a lot of time talking about our programs, only to mention that under education we have a family program, we have a peer program, which is the second one on the list there, and then we have our public information talks, which anybody we have those on the second Tuesday of the month, and anyone can contact us and we'll tell you how to listen in on those. So our family education is, and we have brochures at our table. So on the left-hand side here of our table, there are brochures on all our programs. But the Family Now is an 8-week program, so it's a little less investment. But it's meant to be education, but it also becomes a really good support system because you spend 8 weeks with people who are all having similar issues as you are. Similar to our peer-to-peer class. Our peer-to-peer class is, again, for individuals with mental illness, and it's a 10-week class. And they learn about their illness, they learn about triggers and how to, they work on a wellness plan and how to stay healthy. And then again, I talked about our public information. We've had some really good speakers. Let's see, we've had the medical board, the head of the medical board speak to us. We had a Native American healer speak to us once. That was really interesting. This last week we had Gerard's House, the organization that works with grief and children and families. And what are some of the other programs we've had, Jess? Oh yes, we had Dr. Strickers speak to us, and you'll hear him. He's really good. He's a wealth of information, and he deals with it firsthand. So if you're interested, you can stop by the table and leave your email address. Jessica will put you on our email distribution list, and you'll get all our information about those programs. And then we have support programs, support groups that meet weekly. So every Monday we have a support program, for both family members and individuals, and those are an hour and a half. There's no cost, no registration. If you're going to attend via Zoom, then you have to just register with us so we can send you the link. Just something to let you know how you can get a hold of us, learn more about us. Our website is namisantafe.org. There's our phone number. It's not a hotline, it's just a helpline. We try to answer it within 24 hours and get back to people. Again, our email address. You can go online also and just contact us through our website. And then again, you can join us for our monthly information meetings. You don't have to be a family member or an individual with mental illness to attend those. It's open to the public. You can volunteer with us to become an advocate. You can join as a member. It's only $40 a year. And or you can donate to us. We just had a big walk two Saturdays ago. Walk with us for mental health. We did it at Alto Park. It was the rainiest day we had of the week. We kept looking at the forecast and saying, oh, 40% chance of rain, 50% chance. And it was like Friday night, 80% chance of rain. But we did it. And our mayor showed up. We had some city councilors show. Our county treasurer showed up. One of our state representatives, and we had about 50 people. So it was very heartwarming to see that even with this horrible weather, we had a good turnout. And it was really about, it was a fundraiser, but it was also about just raising awareness of mental health. Okay, and now questions.
Is this mic up? Here we go. So for questions, I'm going to walk around and
Okay.
hand the mic because we have people listening. So here we go.
Hi. I
Hi.
had a situation this week where somebody I knew was suicidal and they're out of a job. And you mentioned about the treatment, the 2-week treatment. Is there a cost for that? Or
2-week treatment?
Well, you said something about a treatment.
Um,
Where they checked in, it could be Santa Fe or Albuquerque.
Oh, La Sala. Maybe you're talking about the La
Yes.
Sala Center. Yeah. So
Yes.
it's not a. It's what you do is you show up there and you get evaluated,
Okay.
and then
Is-
they decide if it's something that you need to go to a hospital. Then they would probably send you to Christus St. Vincent.
Do you know if there's a charge for that?
No, I think it's Medicaid pays for a lot. Is this person depends on their insurance and I think the city has some funds for those who are not insured.
Okay. I just want to get this individual the help. that they
Yeah,
need.
it's on Galisteo, just south of St. Michael's
Okay.
is the
Perfect.
center, and you can just walk in.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, my name is Todd Lovato, and first just want to say thank you for being here, but also for mental illness played a prominent role in our family over the last, decades, and NAMI has been very supportive network for my parents.
Oh, good.
I wanted to ask you about NAMI. You said you play kind of a shifting lobbyist advocacy role. I was curious. One of the things that I've realized is that psychiatric support for the more acutely diagnosed individuals can be very sparse in the times that you need it. And learning some of the history, it goes back to the decade, half a century into funding and federal funding and support from the state and basically funding. I'm curious, as NAMI Santa Fe and maybe as on a national level, what are some of the priorities what are some of your priorities that you're bringing forward to our publicly elected officials?
Well, it's the shortage of mental health providers for one, and there's money. It's just hard to get people to come and live in New Mexico and work here. That's what I hear from all the providers, that they're just, and especially after the pandemic, just made it worse. So our state is the one that develops our public policy or our legislative goals for the year. And in fact, we just had a meeting last Saturday, and we had our annual meeting for the state, and we talked about the fact we need to start working on our priorities for this year and getting connected with legislators. There's certain legislators that kind of are more empathetic to our issues, and so we'll start that work. But some of the things we threw out were, getting more providers in the state, especially now with this 988. This 988 is supposed to connect people even in rural areas, and in rural areas we hardly have anything. So that's an issue. The other thing that is my big goal is what I see all the time, because we get these calls all the time, is housing for like group homes, and people coming right out of the hospital and can't go home for whatever reasons. They burned their bridges or whatever, and you can understand how that can happen. So there's no place, there's very few group homes, and the group homes that are out there are not well monitored. They may have a license, they may have insurance, that's about it. And I'll tell you, our vice president just recently took her son out of the New Mexico Behavioral Health Institute, the hospital in Las Vegas, after a long time there. And they sent him to a group home in Albuquerque. She took him out the next day. It was 10 men in a mobile home with no air conditioning. And you know what, the size of a mobile home, it was a single wide at that. And when she asked, what happens here? What do you have activities? And there's no activities. There's no monitoring. There's no checking that someone's taking their medication. It's just a place to live, and it's not free. It's like they take all of your disability payments, your SSI payments. So that's my big thing, because we get calls about that all the time. People are saying, where can I send my family member? They can't live on their own. They're not really appropriate for a nursing home. And the group homes are just sometimes not safe. So we have a plan to work with Disability Rights of New Mexico and also the Department of Health to see what we can do. So those are the two things we did talk about this last Saturday, but there's so much more. Thanks for that question. Mm-hmm. Anybody else?
So just a really quick question. So you did reference when the government shut down the vast majority of mental health institutions in the 1980s, and that was under the Reagan administration. Why hasn't there been any real urgency or movement to bring mental health institutions back into the country nationwide?
Okay. What I was referencing, though, was the shutdown of some of the New Mexico behavioral health centers in, I think it's been almost 10 years now, 9 years, when the current administration then found a lot of these to have committed fraud when they didn't. I mean, it was finally proven that nobody had done that. And so it shut down a lot of people because they couldn't continue practicing without Medicaid payments. That's what I was referencing. But the 1980 thing that was, somebody said, they shut down the a lot of the hospitals where people lived, and they just put them out on the street, basically. Well, because I think there were a lot of things that were happening in those. We have a member of used to be on our board that's retired attorney, and she has bipolar, and she can remember, and she's in her 70s, I think. She can remember being in one of those places, and actually where they were doing lobotomies at the time. So, so they weren't the best places, but they were someplace. But the idea was to integrate them into the community, but it hasn't quite been as seamless or as smooth to do that integration.
Thank you, Betty.
Mort? Yeah, lots of work to do. Yeah.
So I have a question. If our employees, and we are now dealing with the fact that we've come back together, we've been pretty isolated, and there's fear, there's anxiety, there's actually just forgotten things because we haven't had the kind of social interactions we're accustomed to. Right. Is there a hotline or somewhere where we can say to people who are in some crisis, and we have ComPsych, by the way, that is our employee assistance program, and we've talked about ComPsych, but locally, is there an emergency number that people can call and get some help?
Well, it's the New Mexico Crisis and Access Line. That's one, and it's a statewide line, so anybody in the state can access that. It's 24/7, and they can either help you online. Talk to you on the phone, or if you need assistance, they can send somebody. Like if it's a real suicide crisis or mental health crisis.
Is this the 988 number?
Well, you can call the 988 number too, and that's like I said, New Mexico Crisis and Access is answering that line, so either one. Yeah.
So folks, that's 988.
Yeah, and then of course you can, if it's Santa Fe, you could always go to the La Sala, the crisis center there on Galisteo. Yep.
Thanks. Any other questions?
It sounds to me like a lot of the support groups that you present and everything like that would be really helpful for families. Do you have any kind of non-in-person or online type support groups like that people around the state could access, since as you mentioned, rural areas have absolutely zero?
Right, and we do get people. So we have the support groups we provide, the ones for individuals with mental health conditions, those are all via Zoom right now.
Okay.
And so anybody could attend. And also our family support groups, We have 2 a month that are in person and 2 a month that are Zoom. And that's really been helpful. I mean, I want to say that's one of the things that the pandemic has brought to us that's been positive, is the ability to reach out to, globally and help others that aren't just right here. People sometimes have problems with transportation and they can't make it to a support group, so that's helped. And it's also just people are talking more about mental health, and so the awareness is greater. And I think that's been a positive of the pandemic. Thanks.
Okay, I'll just double check. Anybody online have any questions? And if you are online, please feel free to submit questions. We are monitoring actively the chat, so if you've got questions, we'll be happy to ask our speakers. So if you can hang on for a minute, we're going to check the online.
That's fine.
So while we're checking for the online questions, so in your opinion, what can SFCC as an organization do to make sure our employees feel comfortable about talking about mental health challenges, right? I know there's been a lot of stigma, especially in my cultural background. Talking about mental health issues is a big stigma. And so can you talk about some of the strategies that's been successful in other places about destigmatizing mental health challenges?
You know, it just talks like this. I mean, Mary Margaret bringing this to us, just more presentations about it. We really need to connect with your counseling center and get some brochures there and let them know what we can offer. I mean, we just have events all the time. We are public information talks. We bring in some great speakers. Can you think of other things, Jessica, that we can do as strategies to? I mean, I just think openly talking about it normalizes mental illness. And, people are just more willing to talk about it today. Thank you. Oh, Jessica was saying that we have volunteers who can come. If you invite us to come speak, we can. We have people, both individuals with mental illness, and I had hoped to have somebody here today, but he had to go out of town to talk about his personal story with mental illness. But so we have people with mental illness, both family members who would be willing to come and talk. You just need to contact us and we'll come. Bring our brochures and let you know what we're doing.
And I would say we've also presented a lot to the police and first responders, and that's been
Right.
really successful in developing a good relationship with them so they know what to expect when they're dealing with someone in a mental health crisis.
Right. Yeah, it's really important. That's another piece of work that we do, that we have a program called Sharing Your Story with Law Enforcement, and we have a good partnership with law enforcement, just trying to help them understand mental illness, and so that when they come onto a situation, they can de-escalate, as opposed to, come with guns blazing. And because sometimes, the behavior is bizarre. That's kind of what differs this kind of disorder from a regular health disorder, is sometimes the behavior. And we try to just, like I said before, just see the person and not the illness. Sometimes difficult when somebody's in the throes of a psychotic disorder or a psychotic episode, but.
Hello. I wanted to ask a question. So my family has had kind of a series of deaths in the family this summer alone.
Sorry.
The first of those being my stepfather, who suffered from dementia. And my mom used to be this fabulously independent, very active woman. The last few years of his life, she became his primary caregiver. And now that he's passed, she's suffering herself from not only the grief of losing him, but not really knowing how to regain her life as a single individual. And I'm wondering if there are things that you can suggest, from grief support to what activities you have or partnerships with the senior centers and those sorts of things, because I'm having trouble sort of encouraging her and motivating her to live life again. And that can be a struggle.
And you said your stepfather died, he had Alzheimer's?
He had dementia.
Dementia.
So it's mostly about my mom sort of recovering. And
Yeah, I'm
regaining
just
her
thinking
life.
about other organizations that deal with that, the grief of losing someone through. I know the Alzheimer's Association has support groups and things like that. Hers is not really a mental, it's more grief, I would say. Is that what you're saying? Right. Well, she could try to come to one of our support groups, but most of those are attended by people who have a mental illness diagnosis. So I don't know that would necessarily be appropriate for her.
So I can help a little bit with this.
Yeah.
So Christus St. Vincent has support groups for people who are in the grieving process. AARP also has very active support group, online support groups for those grieving, and also for those who are trying to find their way. And so they have lots of online groups for talking, for crafts, so AARP is, especially if she's not ready to come out yet, AARP is all online, and because we've just helped several people through this, and they do a really first-class job of it, and so does Christus. I'm so sorry that you have to deal with this.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
And if there was, I know that my husband was on hospice, and after he passed, there was support, a grief support group through hospice, if that was anything he used. And then there's individual counselors that you could, I think there's a counseling center called Solutions Treatment Center. And I think they have some counselors that deal with grief. You might look at them. Depends again on insurance and all that.
And then we have a question
Okay.
from the live stream. What was the approach to mental illness in Houston, and why did you choose it?
I knew somebody who had gone there, and unfortunately New Mexico has nothing like that. That's another thing we need to work on. And it was a private pay, and I had just decided I was going to take some of my husband's investments and invest in my son. And because I was really at wit's end about, how I could help him anymore. And we had been the ups and downs of in hospitalization and out, taking medications, not. And so I had heard about this from somebody else that had been to this program. It was 6 months to a year program, and he did pretty well, so he was able to do it in 6 months. The approach was to, he was first put into a group home, lived with other young men, and then it was daily. I mean, it was every day was group therapy, individual therapy, different activities around learning about mental illness and how you need to manage it. And then it progressed from there, from living in a group home to more independent living, where he was able to live in a small apartment, still on the same property. And then after that, they required him, in order to complete the program, to do some volunteer work. So he chose, because he loves pets, so he chose to work at a shelter. And so then after that's just integrating back into the community. And then after a period of time there, then he was evaluated and said, he's good. So Jessica and I spent many weekends going back and forth to Houston to visit him. We spent Christmas there. Kind of sad, because at that point they had decided he really needed a little more hospitalization, so he went back into the hospital for another week, and we were only able to see him on Christmas Day for like 2 hours. But it's heartbreaking. There's people who go through this. It's a long and very hard journey. But you never gave up hope, and that's kind of one of NAMI's mantras is we never give up hope. And again, family involvement is so important to recovery. Anything else? Thank you. Thank you so much for letting me talk about it.
So you can see we're done a little bit early, but our fabulous caterers are responding to our calls of need. Should be here in about 8 minutes. We still won't come back until about 1:30 because our other speaker is on their way in. But we should be able to get you fed because I know priorities. You're talking to a school superintendent here. I get it. So we will have that here in about 8-10 minutes. Meanwhile, NAMI is here. If you want to go offline, have some conversations, they are delighted to talk to you. They're a fabulous, fabulous resource. So thank you very, very much, and we'll see you this afternoon.
So our last speaker of the afternoon is Matt Stricker, and he is going to bring things together. The resources we talked about this morning in terms of a community, but how do we react when a colleague or friend or family member is in that moment of crisis? So, Matt Stricker.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Wonderful place, my first time being in here, and I'm struck by how clean it is. The custodial staff, probably a gold star piece of work. So if they're around, thank you very much for that. Today we're going to talk about you and the premier publication about mental health, and that is Winnie the Pooh. And then today we're actually going to talk about some thoughts for faculty, mentors, and people who get to listen. Okay? My name is Dr. Matt Strickers. I'm a psychologist. When it comes to colleges, I've been a professor at Texas Tech University, University of Guam, University of South Dakota, working mostly with students who came from very, very diverse backgrounds. And when I was at the University of South Dakota, we had the distinct pleasure of being able to actually have a counseling center that was mobile. It would go to where the students were, including 24 hours a day if there was a drug or mental health crisis. We went ahead and set that up from the very beginning. I'm curious, how many people in here can recognize the difference between a crisis situation and somebody who's just feeling yucky? They're actually the same thing. That's where we come in our jobs as professors, mentors, the person walking down the hall that somebody says, "Can I talk to you for a minute?" And you kind of get a sense that something is going on. So Winnie the Pooh, one of my favorite therapists, told me about that. But when it comes to people that come into our office or people that we meet online nowadays compared to what it was several years ago, where we have some restrictions, it's all about contact with people. This guy years ago by the name of Buber talked about the I-thou relationship. And you know, when we think about I, we want to have a capital I inside of us so we can interact with people and they can have a capital I and feel good about interacting with us. And he basically said that engagement, recognizing the humanness in people, that is what makes for a good contact with somebody. That is a healing experience, okay? So we're going to talk about how do we get to a place where we can encounter somebody, keep our cool, get a little bit of knowledge about what they want from us, and then see if we can help them. And we're going to talk about some mental health terms, and we're going to talk about simple talk, okay? That's what it's all about. Generally, we listen if we are the mentor, the person that is being engaged with, because they're looking to us to help them figure out what's going on with them, or to get some advice, or to just whine, or to complain. That's all kinds of things are therapeutic if we can figure out why they're there with us. Students talk to us. Colleagues talk to us. Our staff talks to us. Our job is to figure out why they're talking to us now. First one, why are they talking to us now? The second thing is it having an impact on me that I need to talk to somebody and talk about that? It's called self-care. If students have distress, you know, you all have a counseling service on campus. Is Janelle in here today? She might be online. Anyway, that's her telephone number, and I think that's in the handouts. The PowerPoint will be made available to you. You'll be able to access that. Counseling centers are pretty special places. They take the place of parents, they take the place of mentors. In some ways they take the place of priests, sisters, neighbors, grandmas, grandpas, and all kinds of stuff. But generally, they're trained listeners. How many of you right now can hear me? How many of you have already evaluated something about me? Several people are raising their hand. That's what it's all about. We want to be able to be as good a person as we can when we listen to people. Because the people sitting in our chairs in our office, or when they grab us and say, "Can I walk with you for a bit?" Has that ever happened to anybody? "Can I call you later on because I got to get to class, and if I don't get to class, the professor's going to hate me more than they already do"? It happens that way. Anyway, basic things. Whoops. Abraham Maslow says, those people in our lives, including us, we have a goal, and that's to become self-actualized, to be a good person, to be able to have a full range of emotions, to be able to take care of our basic needs and our advanced needs. Self-actualized persons have a positive sense for others. If I'm not a self-actualized person, I'll look at you and I'll just see a glob sitting in a chair. Just like everybody else, it takes my time. I don't like that. That's not self-actualization, but you're there. You're special at this moment. We're having an encounter. And it's a positive sense of others, which means I may have a positive sense of myself. A positive sense of feelings. How many of you know that your anger is a decent, good, healthy emotion? How many of you, when you get it, also feel guilty or a little shame? I shouldn't have yelled, I shouldn't have raised my voice, I should have calmed down quicker. That's kind of natural, but it's a good sense of our feelings. We have a positive sense of what is right and wrong. Now this is interesting. My right positive sense initially came from my mom and my dad. Uncles and aunts, grandpas and grandmas, big brothers who beat me up, big sisters who beat me up, and things like that. But then something happened in my life, and I developed a new sense of right and wrong, a new sense of tolerance of other people. My English teacher in high school, and then my physical ed teacher in college had a big part in changing me being a brat male who grew up to kick butt, drink and drug and things like that. But something happened. There was a change that took place. And I developed a different sense of right and wrong, a different sense of morality, a different sense of ethics. And while I was in the military, the final big major change took place. And then the last one is have a positive sense of anger. Your name is? Donna. If Donna comes into my office and she's angry and she's upset and she's maybe even using a bad word, okay, something's going on. Now I got to figure out, is she mad at me or am I the one who gets to listen and let her become a healthier person by emoting? So Maslow says all of these things go hand in hand with being a self-actualized person. Now there's a guy by the name of Alfred Adler who says as human beings we've got some obligations that we live in. Sometimes it's difficult to figure out where our students are in their self-actualization approach to living and being, and also whether or not, when it comes to the overall community, the things that Adler talked about. People need an occupation, some kind of life work. I walked into a McDonald's recently. I had a lapse of good judgment because I wanted 2 double Macs. But there was a young person cleaning the door. And there was a person standing over them, and as they were wiping down the door, that person said, "My, that's the best you've ever done in wiping down that door. And you even cleaned underneath the push bar. That is so phenomenal." Now, how many of you would like to work in a McDonald's wiping down the bottom of the push bar? No, we have other things in our occupation. Is it satisfying? And you know what? There are times in our occupations, no matter what you do, you get trying thoughts. Oh, is this worth it? Do I love it? And then the paycheck comes and some of us say, is this trying? Is it worth it? It's just the way it is. And Adler says people have this need to be part of self and society, to be part of a group identity. How many professors in here? How many teachers in here? How many aides in here? How many people that are helpers and can listen in here? Okay, how many people wish they were the president of the university, of the college? Is the president in here? Is she here? Okay. We have an obligation to love people, respect ourselves, respecting them. We have an obligation to self-develop and not get stagnant in who we are and how we feel. And we have an obligation for our spiritual development. Now, this isn't a religious development. This is that sense of unity. We are all human. We are all in this world. We all walk a journey, sometimes it interacts with others. And this is right out of Alfred Adler, but he didn't know it when he was alive. Good friends light up our life. Good friends light up your life. That's belongingness. If you think about teachers you had, professors you had, mentors you had, or some people that helped you say, you're okay to yourself, and then you pass that goodwill on to other people. That's what that's all about. And there's purposiveness in our behaviors. We do things for a reason. Now, some of us have been on this earth more than 20 years. And we can figure people out. But there are times when a student or a colleague sit down and say, can I talk for a bit? We may not be able to understand what the purposeness is. What is their purposive behavior? Why did they pick me for this encounter? And that's what we do with students. We try to figure out, what's that why? Why are they needing to talk to me now? Why is the secretary needing to listen to me now? Will she figure out my purpose or he figure out my purpose? So we think about in modern day times, and by modern day times I'm going to say post-COVID, because we're still trying to figure out what it is. Still trying to figure out what it is. Many of our students are still trying to figure out who they are now that they've had family die. Now that maybe they're not aware of it, they're a long hauler in COVID. They might wonder if we're a long hauler in COVID if we had COVID. But mental illness goes way back. These are the main characters in Winnie the Pooh. We're going to talk a little bit about them and kind of give you a frame of reference what to think about when a student comes in who's got some trouble. The first one we're going to take a look at is major depressive disorders. It's called a major depressive disorder. Sometimes it is with psychoses. A person feels so bad, they have some psychotic thoughts. And then we got another kind of disorder under depression, and that's called dysthymia. It's a change in the ability to feel happy. It's kind of like Eeyore, who just nothing feels right. And you know, if you have somebody in your life that's an Eeyore, oh man, can they suck energy out of you in the situation. Surprise it after they get off the chair doesn't crumble. It's that bad. So that's Eeyore, major depressive disorder. We also have anxiety disorders. And the most common name for an anxiety disorder is called anxiety or generalized anxiety disorder. And everybody in here, if you don't have anxiety, you can't learn. Learning is part of the behavioral phenomena that helps. When we reduce our anxiety, we can learn new things. But we also have some things that happen in this world where it's called an anxiety disorder. Number one is people experience trauma. Trauma to me may be different than trauma to you, Betty, may be different than trauma to you all. But trauma is trauma, and sometimes the trauma reoccurs. Sometimes, I've been called by students, oh, he's the old white male, you can talk to him. And one person was referred to me, the old white male professor, and she walked in and she freaked. I wasn't sure what was going on. Trauma can reoccur. I had shorter hair back then, but I looked like a person who put a gun to her head and knocked her out with the gun. So we got to kind of figure out, why is this person trusting me now? Why are they here? How can I help them? Or if there's something that's not working, is that maybe an anxiety thing, that there's something similar? We just need to be aware of that. Don't have to do anything with it, even if we find that out. But if we're aware of it, we are developing ourselves. And then we have the obsessive compulsive disorder, which is really an anxiety disorder, PTSD, anxiety and obsessive compulsive disorders. There's a movie with Jack Nicholson called As Good as It Gets. You know, when I walked in this room and I looked up there, I noticed it was that thing up there. It looks like a bird, but it's really a jet. And I thought it was about a ½ an inch off at the bottom, and I couldn't be right until I moved it over a ½ an inch, so it was perfect. And when I turned my stuff into the professor here, I had one little smudge over here from the coffee that I was drinking, so I had to reprint that page. And one time I didn't get it reprinted, and I wondered if the professor now hated me because I turned in a bad page to her, and I didn't know how to approach her after that. So people have all kinds of chinks in their armor, all kinds of different things. And some of them actually get labeled. Some of them get labeled, okay? Some of them don't. Then we have an attention deficit disorder up there. How many of you have ever seen the 2-year-old that goes from here to 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 here, and they called it the terrible twos? Now, it's real easy to medicate those kids. That's normal for most kids. But when it comes to the classroom, when we have somebody who's been diagnosed with attention deficit or attention deficit hyperactive disorder, there are times in which they come into our office, they sit down. I had one young woman sit down in my chair. She started talking to me. She got up on her knees. She turned around, looked to see what was on the other side of the chair, fell off the chair over yonder, grabbed something and said, "Hey, where did you get this? This looks like it came from the Pacific Ocean." Well, it did, actually. So what can I do for her? Probably not much until she has some internal change that would be needed. Later on, she sent me a manuscript. She wrote a book on ADHD. It was really kind of cool. But we got her medicated for the first time, sent her over to the really good people at Student Health. And then we have some other things. We've got narcissistic personality disorders. There's like 12 different personality disorders. These are people who early in life develop a rigid kind of approach to all kinds of things. It's good to listen to them. Some of them are very good at tearing us apart and in evaluating us, even when we're doing our very best. But we got to be aware of that. Why do they come to us? Because we're the expert. We're the person that they need something from. And hopefully they believe they can get it from us. And then we have the psychotic disorders. It used to be called schizophrenia, and now it's called schizophrenia spectrum. and other psychotic disorders. There are like 11 different subcategories of it, but it's basically somebody who has some problems with reality testing. Reality thinking, often is paranoid and wonders what our judgments are about them. So this is the basic major mental health concerns. And we'll talk a little bit more about them here in just a moment. Our job when people come in and we're not sure what's going on, we've got some feelings about why they're in our office for maybe the first time or the 15th time in a couple of weeks, or wants to talk to us every time after class, we have to figure out, is this kind of a mental health concern that is recurring with them over and over, or is this just normal human concerns? This is their interaction style, and it's really not problematic. It might bug us, it might bother us a bit, but don't need to worry about it too much, okay? We have a lot of people in the room, we have a whole bunch of people online, and each one of us have our own unique histories. And we have our own unique way of interacting with other people. So there's Winnie the Pooh again. Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about what's normal occasions, normal occurrences, normal behaviors in students. So the time of storm and stress. We all have stress in our body. If we didn't have stress or tension in our body, our belly button would come apart and we'd just fall down and we'd be a big blob. We have to have some kind of stress. Stress helps us learn. It motivates us. And so kids come in, family or school life demands, and family size grows or shrinks. And when it shrinks, then we got bereavement, we got sadness and things like that. And sometimes they turn to people away from the family to listen to them about their losses. We have problems with initiating and maintaining friendships and romantic relationships. Different people don't have any friends. There's something about their style of interacting that nobody wants to engage in them. How many of you can honestly say you had more than 20 good friends? How many of you can say that today you might have 4 good friends? Yeah, that's pretty doggone good for most of us. Career choices and beginning or maintaining work life. People change jobs. People come back to school. People get out of the military and come to school. People get out of their ruts that they might have had somewhere and decide they're going to have a different kind of life. People maybe have been ill and they want to come back and learn something about a health profession, okay? These are times of storms and stress, but these are also normal kinds of things that students go through, we go through. How many of you have had more than one occupation in your life? How many of you work 2 jobs right now? 3 jobs. Okay, our students do that. As students age, parents and grandparents die. There's normal sadness that takes place. I put my pet dogs, my pet cats in the same category as grandpas and grandmas because they're living with me now. And when they die, I grieve. And sometimes I got to talk to somebody about losing one of them. And sometimes it's a stranger. I sit on an airplane and people talk to me about all kinds of things. Some teenagers have to cope with unusual stress. Families, mental illness, physical illness, death of a loved one, drug or alcohol abuse, parent separation, divorce, social problems, poverty, and violence. Different kinds of violence. Somebody doesn't like me, I think they hate me. I've considered that interpersonal violence. It's not. It's my perception of them because I don't know for sure if they do hate me, but I think they do, so I'm going to act as if they do, and I'm going to ignore them. So the teacher didn't give me any eye contact today. They must hate me. That's real. Individual problems, family demands, serious illness, fear of academic failure, and various kinds of abuse. COVID. Fear of COVID, recovering from COVID, pneumonias with it, change in voice, change in body size, change in weight. I couldn't go see my mom before she died. I couldn't go see my dad before he died of COVID. They're on a ventilator. I know they'll never come out again. And that kind of stuff sticks in our cells. And then court and legal issues from being a victim or someone that has created conflict with violence or something else. We have a lot of people that get harmed in different kinds of things in New Mexico, from car accidents to robberies, etc. So it's a time of storm and stress, and sometimes we get picked on to be the person that they're going to talk to. Now, if it's mental health, then the best thing you can do is listen. Unless you're a therapist, unless you're a counselor, and you think it's okay to have them as a student or a colleague and also talk with them and get them through it, most of us don't do that if we've had some training in counseling. We get a sense if they're already receiving services, or get a sense of if we need to make a referral. And if we don't know who to refer to, then we go to somebody who's a kind of an expert on referral. Our social workers, our counselors that maybe work here, maybe some of the people who are in the health professions might know somebody good we could refer them to. We ask questions aimed at clarifying. Can you tell me more about that topic? Can you tell me more about that? And just listen, let them speak. We summarize what they've told us. It's one of the best supporting processes we have as human beings. If we are really being listened to and somebody says, this is what you told me, and then you told me this, and it seems like you're feeling kind of bad about both of them, we summarize that, and if they say, yeah, then we are having a good I-thou relationship. And that in itself is one of our roles, being a mentor or a teacher. It also is very good for the person that's listening. We might ask, did I miss anything? Is that accurate? What can I really do to help? At some time or another, when a student comes into the office, we have to say, okay, I've listened to you talk about a lot of things, but why are you really here? Because maybe they're wanting to ask you for being able to turn in a late paper. Maybe they're wanting to ask you, what should I do because my spouse is beating me up, hitting me? Who knows what it might be? Why are you really here? It's a good thing. Well, how can I help? And then if we want to ask them if they need some counseling, can I suggest that you go to a counselor? And this is where you can go. How many of you have ever asked somebody, can I refer you to a counselor? A couple of people are raising their hands. Okay, I want everybody right now to say, Matt, can I refer you to a counselor to talk? Matt, can I refer you to a counselor to talk? If you've never asked it before, now it should be easier because you got the first one out of the way. And when that student's there coming in to talk to you, do you thank them for talking to you? When you thank them, you don't even have to ask them, what did you see in me that gave you permission to come and talk with me? If they want to share that with you, if they want to disclose that to you, they can, but thank them for being there. It honors them and it honors you in the process. If you think a student is a danger to themselves, ask about safety at home. Is it a safe place at home? My wife was recently being interviewed because of a little physical condition, and the person said, are you feeling safe at home? And she goes, hell no. And I'm standing there listening, and she said, no, we got burned in the Hermit's Peak and Cap Canyon fire. It actually came together right on our house and the next two houses with us, and I started laughing. I'm glad they didn't ask me, do we feel safe at home? Now we have floods coming, so. But that's not the kind of safe place at home that we will probably get in our office. It will be something's happening, and we don't know what to do. The student doesn't know what to do. Maybe a colleague needs some advice from another colleague. Maybe they trust us enough to ask. Then the other thing is suicide. The best question that you can ask for somebody, if you think they might have suicide or self-injurious behaviors, self-harm, one of the safest questions is, are you thinking of suicide? There is something when a person who's feeling that they might want to take their own life or hurt themselves, when they hear that, somebody's listening to me. Somebody understands what's going on. There's trust there. And there's no evidence that if you ask somebody about suicide, that they're going to do it. One of the most respectful things we can do if somebody is thinking about suicide is ask them that. And if they say yes, now how can I help you? What can we do to get you to a safe place? And more often than not, the safe place is not a hospital, but it may be somebody who they can talk with. And in our communities, we have all kinds of different people. And then there's the other kind of, are you thinking of harming yourself by hurting your body some way? Cutting, overdosing on pills, not being suicide, but just to sleep for a couple days, things like that. You'll have the sense, if that's the case, that the person is really dealing with. And if the answer is yes, can I get you to someone who can help me more than I'm able to help? How many of you would actually talk to somebody if they were going to kill themselves? Not maybe to talk them out of it, but to talk to them about the importance of being able to think about it, change that, come back and talk to you again if they need a friend to talk to or if they need somebody to. That's what we do as helpers. That's what we do as teachers. When I was in a classroom once as a professor, everybody else left. There was a young woman sitting in the back. She took out a gun and she said, I'm going to kill myself tonight. Now, in my office as a psychologist, I would have expected that, but I didn't expect it in a classroom where we're talking about personality problems. What do you suppose the first thing I thought was? Oh, crap. This is scary. And I said, can I come over and sit closer to you and can we talk? Yeah, and it worked. We walked out of the room. She left the gun underneath the desk, came back later on. Those are like a once in a lifetime with one person out of 1,000 people. They just really don't happen, but the person may have a gun at home or something that they tell you about. We listened. Talking about what was going on was just so important. Just listen, find out what the purpose of the student's disclosure is. Sometimes people just want to talk. Sometimes people like the way a teacher looks. There's something about them that they can trust. Sometimes they say, oh, they look like they've got wisdom. They're easy to talk to. What job do you do? You all are the custodians? Nice job here. Our custodians at the hospital I work at often have people that come and talk to them. The janitor I had in my high school listened to me when I was struggling. We call them janitors then, now they're physical engineers, custodians. What can I do to assist or help you? We clarify the student's concern. It's simple, it's just talk. It is just talk. I might ask, have they gone to the counseling center on campus here? Have they talked to Janelle? Have they got a referral from Janelle? Have they used the telehealth service here? And we acknowledge their willingness to come to us. Now here's what I really want you to think about as teachers and mentors, etc. We have stages of when mental health is problematic, okay? These two stages are not truly, generally truly problematic in an academic setting. The first stage is when the student or the person that we're encountering is at their beginning stage where they're having some mild symptoms. I'm feeling kind of jicky, I'm feeling kind of yucky, I'm feeling kind of sad, I'm feeling a little bit anxious. Sometimes I get afraid, sometimes I think people don't like me. Mild symptoms. And those could be warning signs, especially when the student says, I can't seem to be able to control them. That's a warning sign. They're saying, help me. They're saying, help me. They can't help themselves. They don't maybe understand it themselves. But when mild symptoms, These generally don't present emergent conditions for us. The next one is the increasing stage. And from mild to the increasing stage, maybe 1 day and maybe 1.5 to 2 years. Okay, most of us put up with our mild symptoms until we die. It's called being human. Increasing stage, they increase in frequency and severity. I really don't like the fact that I don't have anybody to talk to. That sometimes when I get up in the morning, I wish I wouldn't even wake up. So there's still mild kinds of symptoms to increasing, but they begin to interfere with some of our life activities and roles. Okay, professor, I don't know if you're a professor or not, but we're going to call you a professor right now. I can't get my work done because I'm worried so much that I'm going to not follow the instructions and I'm not going to be able to type it right. And my computer, I'm afraid it's going to crash again. And when it crashed last time, I failed 2 classes, or I got C's in classes, and I'm used to A's. It interferes with our life activities. It interferes somewhere, and we got a fear about it, and we don't know how to handle it ourselves, so we're coming to you to talk. Maybe you can tell me, Matt, it's going to be okay. Let's see what we can do to get you a better computer. Maybe we can get one checked out from the library or IT or whatever. I don't know. Now, these 2 on the bottom is when the symptoms or the disease process or the mental health process is much more severe. The first one is problematic, stays in the severity stage. If they've been treated, it worsens, or they have relapses and recurring episodes, serious disruption in life. Sometimes people here are labeled as having a severe mental illness or a persisting mental illness. Often the person that is coming to our office, if they have this kind of event, we may hear about it from Disability Services or the Office that protects students' rights and accommodations. And the last one would be the persisting stage, that they really do have a severe illness, the psychotic illnesses, the extreme depressions where they have to have medication, they have to have monitoring, they need ongoing therapy that kind of pumps them up to feel good. But generally, we don't see them the same way in an academic setting. But we generally, if we do have them in an academic setting, we get some notice that this student may need some accommodations. Common student encounters. The most common are mood problems, fear of failure, tragedy, something's going on in their life, and they're down in the dumps. We have brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, grandpas and grandmas, and children that are down in the dumps. And generally, we help get them through them. We've got the skills. By the time we get to be 20 years of age or so, most of us have had a chance to work with a friend who was feeling pretty down in the dumps. Anxiety problems. Anxiety is caused from a lot of things. It's generally not looked at as a friend, but yet at the same time, it's often mislabeled by the person. They're frustrated, they're irritable, they hate going out in crowds because they don't mix well, and they might need a new kind of way of thinking about their anxieties to get through it on their own, and probably have for a long time. But when it comes to the anxiety about our subject matter that we teach, that might be a whole nother issue. It might mean we're going to reinforce them. It's going to be okay. You know, it'll come together for you. Do your reading, things like that, and that helps some people. Then we have the PTSD, obsessive thinking, as well as catastrophizing. Professor, if I don't get an A in this class, I'm never going to be okay to get a job. I'm not going to be able to be an executive in a big company. I got to get an A. What can I do to get an A? Please help me. Now that's catastrophizing. The whole world is going to end unless I get that A. Does it ever? It really generally does not. But if I don't get an A, my GPA is going to be low enough that I may not be able to graduate. That's real. So catastrophizing, that's a normal part of anxiety, and we need support when we talk to you about it. Personality problems, characterological problems. These are lifelong kinds of things, and they often are very manipulative to professors and to friends and to the rest of the world. They're the kinds of people that, well, every other professor done it for me. Why won't you let me have extra time? And then we're thinking, oh my, I'm not going to be able to survive this because it's going to be one thing after another. And if it is so, we lived through that. How far are we going to go with this particular student? And then the psychotic disorders with those folks, we do have to have some accommodations. Now, I'm just going to toss something in here. Here we're talking about mental health awareness, but we also have the people like me with a hearing disability. If we can't hear, we get behind. If we can't see the board, we get behind. If you're the professor who's teaching math and you spend the entire time writing on the board and the lip readers, now the mask readers, can't hear what you're saying, they fall behind. I mean, we have all kinds of ways in which we cope with people who are having difficulties in some area that we helped. Same with mental health. We have the skills already. In this particular case, if a person has one of these disorders, they might also have a medication that keeps them from doing what they did easily in the past. It kind of blunts them or whatever. And there may be an alternate way that we can interact with them. Now, I want to talk about some symptoms within what we call the cognitive triad. Any person in here, when things get stressful in your life and you start looking at yourself and your own skills, you might say, I'm not feeling really good about myself. You know, I'm not feeling really good about my future. You know, I'm not feeling really good about the whole world. And that's kind of the cognitive triad that we go from myself to everything out there. Oh, terrible, awful, I can't stand it. But we really can. And so I want you to know that in the emotional or psychological response to the future, the world, etc., Eeyore says, if it is a good morning, I doubt it anyway. And if it's the thinking part of the cognitive triad, my eyes are wide open, but my brain is asleep. Help me, teacher, wake me up. Or my body, I'm so tired, my tired is tired. That's the way it looks when people come into our office and things aren't going good and they're starting to get a little depressed. Okay? Now, what can you do as a teacher? What can you do as a friend? That's going to be some things you can brainstorm. Depression differs from feeling blue. Depression differs from feeling blue. I haven't felt blue for at least 24 hours. That's kind of normal. We have periods during the day where we go, oh, I'm exhausted, jeepers, I could just take a nap. You know, it's all going to be worth it, I wonder. Blue generally does not cause severe enough problems to interfere with a person's day-to-day functioning socially, academically, or occupationally. Now we have a kind of depression that is called bipolar depression, where a person is generally kind of sad, but then they have periods of energy and they try to catch up. It ain't going to happen, and they get sad again. And then we have that compared to bipolar mania, where a person is so energized they don't sleep. They often have feelings of euphoria, great energy. But the stuff that they learn with great energy doesn't seem to stick. It goes away later on. And professors or teachers sometimes, well, you were doing so good, you got everything turned in, but you don't seem to remember the content. And that's real. That's real. When you see those kinds of things, a referral for somebody to find out, is this a normal kind of up and down, you know, bipolar ups and downs and things like that? Or is this something that really needs some other kind of medication or something like that? Dysthymia is like the ER's chronic sadness. Talk therapy is generally good for folks that have that. Now I'm going to talk briefly about bereavement, whether or not it's a major sadness, a major loss, or if it's a minor loss. The loss or death of a person, relationship, or functions. I get a bad cold, my brain shuts down for a week. I had COVID, my brain still shut down, I'm just coming back. Oh, Professor, I don't want to tell you, but I'm smoking a little bit of marijuana every day for the last year, and I've lost some of my language abilities. And we do know that marijuana causes a decrease in measured verbal IQs when it comes to words, things like that. Everett here had a major concern, and Everett says, if you live to be 100, I want to live to be 100 minus 1 day, so I never have to live without you. And you know what? Sometimes when our moms or dads or grandpas or grandmas get sick, we know they're going to die. And they are our inspiration. And I'm a student. I'm going to have a tough time concentrating. That could be one of those life events that they need to talk to us about. They may end up talking to every teacher about that. And that would be probably okay, well worthwhile. Now, when people are depressed and sometimes even anxious, it affects their motivation. I don't feel like doing it anymore. I'm just exhausted. I can't do it anymore. Behavior, I just sit at home and look at my books. I look at the words, but they just don't go into my brain. Thinking, this is terrible. This is awful. It is so terrible and awful, I just want to give up. I think I'm just going to go ahead and just go to work at Los Alamos Laboratory without the special physics degrees, if they'll hire me. It ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. Magical thinking. Vegetative. No energy, can't sleep, can't get up in the morning, can't eat, my appetite's gone, I'm losing weight. Oh, vegetative. Maybe if I drink 5 or 6 energy drinks, I can get over that. And nope, the energy drinks might have an opposite effect. And feelings. I'm bland, I'm flat, I'm just not excited about things the way I used to be. No, this is our moms and our dads, this is our society, this is the snap out of it culture. You can do it, just snap out of it. You can be happier if you just try harder. What's the country's western song that got famous a long time ago? You can be happy if you have a mind to it, something like that. Just be positive. And you know what? Those things sound good, but what do they do to the person who hears them? I don't think I can do it. I'm trying to be positive, but I just can't do it. That's when the teacher, the mentor, it's going to be okay, Matt. You can do it. No, I can't, but thank you for talking with me. Extra time and listening is really important for some folks this way. Most people with symptoms that change behaviors or thoughts may need treatment. That's support, a designated person. And you know what? Our churches and our synagogues and some of the other people in our religious backgrounds are sometimes really helpful in that. We sometimes forget about the community-based services. They need listening to, and sometimes medications. And medications can come a lot of ways, but street medications tend not to be the answer. And we'll talk a little bit about street medications here in a bit. Symptoms of some students' distress, a change in the ability to process. When this happens around exam times, that's when students likely to really ask maybe for a delay in when the exam is going to take place. They may experience tunnel vision. There's a kind of tunnel vision that isn't just visual right here where you can only see a little bit. It is, I can't focus on my work. That is a tunnel psychological vision. It just doesn't seem to work anymore. And they doubt themselves. This was so easy before my mom died. This was so easy before I had a car crash. This was so easy, but now I'm doubting myself. It's not easy anymore. I'm just not able to do it. May experience confusion. They can't put the subject matter together. When a student has a building block education class instead of this part of the study, this person here, we're reading these sonnets, we're reading this here, specific ones, if it's a building back, they can't seem to see how it grows. They might still have it up there. There might need to be some changes somehow, but this is going to put a lot of distance between the student and the institution. Students may think you hate them, don't like them. I don't know how to stress that enough. Over the years working with students in counseling centers and different things, I wish I had a nickel for every time a student said the professor doesn't like me, they don't even look at me, they never call on me, anything like that. And some professors and teachers have their favorite students because they know they're going to give them the right answer. How many of you always had the right answer? I had the right answer, I never raised my hand. And there's all kinds of other things, and you'll discover those. Now, sometimes our students come into us when they are doing non-adaptive ways of coping with stress and anxiety. They build up an us-them relationship. Me, the professor relationship. Screaming, yelling, bullying, crying. Did you know that crying is a form of interpersonal violence sometimes when it's used to manipulate people? Did you know that? Did you know that? You did? Can I ask you to do me a favor, teacher? Can I have 2 extra days before I turn the paper in? You're shaking your head. No, I knew you hated me. Did it work? Males that cry aren't always looked at the same way as women that cry. And when the tears are coming from a deep place inside of a student instead of a manipulative place, that's when our hearts need to connect to our brain to see what we can do for when they leave so they're okay. Drugging, including misuse of prescription sedatives, tranquilizers, hypnotics. Drinking, over-drinking, and high-risk drinking. How many of you have ever had a student that was drinking in class? How many of you don't know for sure? Somebody's saying, yep. Okay. I had professors drinking in class. Food, especially use of comfort foods, chocolates, big, heavy, thick kinds of things that go in the stomach. It tastes so good going down, but then it kind of is heavy on me and it might affect my brain. Okay. Let's talk real about some drugs. How many of you know that there is illegal drugs in Santa Fe, Las Vegas, Moriarty? Okay. These are just some of the drugs now that we know are in the high schools, okay? We have spice up here, also called incense or certain things like that. It is a synthetic-based cannabinomimetic substance. People think it's cannabis. There's no cannabis in there. It is toxic to the brain. It will change brain structure. Up until recently, it was legal. Some students will say, well, I'm going to visit John Williams Hoffman tonight. JWH was the person at Clemson University who had the federal grant and discovered that what he had made was spice, and it is a major drug that feels good to a lot of people until they can't think anymore, they can't behave appropriately anymore, and it is now illegal, okay? This here, anybody know what that looks like? Looks like mollies or ecstasies. Now for people a little older that may have done ecstasies when they were a little bit younger in the 70s and 80s when they were kind of in vogue back then, might try them now, but These are actually bath salts. Bath salts are made to look like mollies. They're cheaper on the street, but they are a synthetic that changes part of the frontal brain, executive functions, and being able to stack information. These two here take a long time for the brain to heal. Now we have energy drinks, alcohol-based energy drinks or non-alcohol-based energy drinks. Sometimes there are as many as 5 different stimulants in an energy drink. The most I ever met with a student at a university who was drinking energy drinks were 12 ounces a day. They got real spiritual after about the 6th day. We call that being psychotic. They got euphoric, they weren't sleeping, they weren't making any sense, and their writings just didn't work. Then this is actually the herb that goes into making bath salts. This is called Texas tea, where some people use their parents, grade school, high school, undergraduates use their parents' medical medicine cabinet to find muscle relaxers, and they use that with cough syrup, and they put Jolly Ranchers and other kind of stuff in it. It's a wonderful high. It feels really good, but the crash is really heavy duty. It sometimes takes a couple of weeks to come through that. And then we have all these pills with caffeine. We have all of these kinds of substances that might have dextromethorphan in them. How many of you have heard of DXM, dextromethorphan? It's in cough medications, okay? I've had undergraduate students that actually use a calculator how to microdose dextromethorphan so they can stay high and people can't tell them that that they're high. And then we have cannabis. We have, here we have hallucinogens, the psychedelics, LSD, DMT, STP, ayahuasca, sear sage, all those kinds of things, which actually some of them can change brain functioning for a while, and others it's done within a couple of days when the brain kind of comes in handy. It remembers to think. Cannabis, we have different kinds of cannabis. The ranges from cannabis, THC now are from like 8 to 12%. That was also the standard during the 60s and 70s. Up to concentrated cannabis now, the highest that I've been able to find in any of the research, 94% THC. There are also words like wax, dab, shatter, Rick Simpson oil, butane honey oil, etc. So these are drugs that are really common street drugs. Some people use cannabis to get rid of their depression, get rid of their pain, to get rid of their anxiety, and it works for some people, okay? But others don't realize that their side effects are easily more visible to other people than they are to themselves. Do a time check, okay. Self-talk, the internal dialogue that a person carries on with themselves all day long. When you listen to a student's self-talk, when they talk about they're not feeling right, everything's terrible or awful, that's your signal to be more supportive. Positive self-talk encourages self-confidence, effective coping, and general well-being, and sometimes they will mirror how we talk with them if we are being supportive. This is one thing, this slide here, I really want you to pay attention to, because this is the bottom line of who you are before the student comes in. Simple things to prepare for when students engage us. How far are we willing to go? Are we willing to ask them to come back? Am I willing to change my minimum requirements of how long a student can stay in my office and talk, how big the paper might be, when the paper's due? Am I willing to do that? Is it my responsibility to follow through with this student who was in pretty significant distress? Is it my responsibility to engage them so if they disclose some things to me, that they will feel better? If I really want to help, do I have the time? How many of you have more time than you need? It's just the reality of the world. Do I have the time? And is it fair to other students? I've had professors that I've heard say over and over again, from TAs and GAs to full professors, if I do it to one, I have to do it for all. Don't have to. Only if you feel guilty or you need an excuse not to do it. The bottom line is, can you have an accommodation for a student who's in crisis or not? Is it a risk for me? Is it a risk for me if I engage this student? Am I going to be the kind of person that will share their pain? They will dump their pain on me, and I don't have a place to get rid of it. And many of us who listen to people, we have an emotional response with what they're saying. It hits us right here in our heart and our gut. Is it a risk to me? This student threatened me. Is it a risk to me? I know where you live. I've heard that from a student once, not here but overseas. Is it a risk? I have to ask myself those things. And then if it was a good encounter or an encounter that you felt good about, did I invite them to come back and talk? Do I ask them to come back and let me know if they followed through with the referral? Things like that. Okay, we're going to go into a question and answer period, but for those of you that are in higher education, I think about my own changes in who I was when I got my life together. It was professors that helped me feel really good and motivate me to go on and get master's degrees as well as doctorate. And for all of you, I show my gratitude to you and hope that some of my words today made sense for you. Thank you very much for being here. I think we have a question and answer period, and we have a microphone there if you have some questions. Also, did we have an interpreter here? Thank you very much.
Hi, I wanted to ask about that self-care that comes after listening, because we have professionals that are always the listeners, and some advice about how to decompress after you've helped somebody.
Okay, I have a hearing disability. Can you say that again?
Yes. The question is, how do we help ourselves, or what advice do you give to those of us who listen often and help with problems? How do we decompress and take care of ourselves so we can be rejuvenated for the next time?
How do we depress, did you say? Decompress, thank you. The hearing problem is one of the reasons I generally like to get closer to people so I hear. Decompressing, okay. The internal dialogue. There's several ways of decompressing. Number one is I have a song that I go listen to. It is a self-talk song. It is by Nicole Simon, I believe. I Ain't Got No. It's a 56 kind of, she's African-American jazz club kind of thing. I ain't got no, I ain't got no, I ain't got no, I ain't got no. And then all of a sudden she breaks into, I got my, you're singing it, yeah. Yeah, so one way I decompress is I find something I can hold on to that will rebuild my spirit. I also have some self-talk that I'm not perfect, but I do my best to be as good as I can be. If it is really heavy duty, I've got 3 colleagues I can talk to. And if I really need to talk to somebody, I'm going to call my nephew. So I've got some go-tos for that, for decompressing. Now, in the past, when I've been in danger from a student, I've used campus securities. I've had, at one time, had to go ahead and get people to go in and take weapons away. I'm talking about the serious ones, but generally, a good cup of coffee helps me self-talk, and I go to, not Nicole Simon. Oh yeah, no, that's a different one. Long, beautiful hair. And one of the other ones that I go to is the Irish Rovers and the Unicorn song. Humptyback Camels and chimpanzees, it's really great. Yes, sir.
Hi, you know, referencing music, it makes me wonder. I have a question. Do you think one of the reasons so many of our people go to artificial stimulants is because higher education is pretty much devoid of music, dance, art, and the things which fulfill that when we are healthy?
You know, that is something that I have not only thought about, but when I was a music major and played in orchestras and before I went deaf, I actually discovered what it was like to be devoid of music. And at that time, I went to pretty bland stuff, pretty sometimes creative stuff, but it never gave my brain the brain waves that music did. Music to me is also mathematics. Music to me is also part of English because music has a cadence, like iambic pentameter. To me, it does. But we don't have that, especially in our junior colleges and in many of the universities with a science degree. They don't have the liberal arts that sometimes goes with those things. So that's a great question, and I absolutely understand that we have made some changes. How many concerts did we have over a couple of years when COVID was there? Even the rap concerts weren't the same way. And there's a kind of gregariousness that comes with music or dancing if you can dance, you know. I guess I can dance. So yeah, excellent question, thank you. Do you have a comment on that you'd like to make or an idea about that?
Yeah, I think music as well as math and language and dance and art should be an integral part of every single subject. You know, we're so limited to language-based academic studies, and it's harder for most people to understand. There's only a small group that really focus on that language only, but others can learn just as much. Like a biology class where the kids draw the concepts of biology and put them up on the wall and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. If anybody here knows about Buddy Holly and the Tornado Jam in Lubbock, Texas, I was one of the original dancers on the very first one. Yeah, that was cool.
I do have a question kind of tied in with that. Just from my experience in knowing many families who are advocating for their family members with mental illness, there seems to be a lot of creativity. Those people have a lot of different types of creativity and also suffer from mental illness, like music. You know, they're musicians or they're artists. You want to comment on that? Something with the brain? It's very interesting.
That is not only a wonderful question, that is kind of one of the concepts out of my own heart. Since I work at a state hospital, in the past I've worked at counseling centers and drop-in centers at universities. When a student is able to convert one of their skills they have, if they have a severe mental illness or persisting mental illness, into something that could be connected to subject matter, such as mathematics and octaves and the notes that go with them, and then what happens when they have to be put together in tone, I've had math professors at Texas Tech that allowed that to be equivalent to the math courses at the time because the student was able to demonstrate it in their specific skills. If you think about just drumming alone, that sound put together can create harmonics. Anybody here familiar with Native American drumming? We did an experiment at Texas Tech in which one of our students was pretty disabled, was able to produce harmonics in sounds with the measurements. The drumming created a harmonic, that harmonic created a harmonic, that harmonic created 2 more harmonics, and before long, they were up to about 50-some harmonics, and that got an engineering class A in it to be able to identify that. And I think it's professors that are creative and can match the students' creativity can be able to connect it in a good way. But you got to be able to say, how far am I willing to go? Can I think outside the box? You know what? When I have to think outside of the box, I have to remember my box may be very small compared to the students or some of my colleagues' box. And sometimes we got to do some things together. We had one act play that was done with just sounds where challenges were made with other people with the words and things like that. It was just all music. It was not only drama, but it was English, and it presented something about this particular indigenous people that it was even part of an anthropology. They did multiple credits for it, or extra credits for class. Working outside of the box, how far will we go, is so important. So I don't know if that answered your question. Would you have another comment?
I was just thinking, is it some part of the brain that or is it anecdotal that what I hear, that so many people with mental illness have a creative side of them? Or is that just what I hear?
That's probably what you hear. It's probably correct. And I know there are some studies, spec studies of colors in the brain and different things that turn on at different times when it's either math or English, even music, different changes. I don't have a good answer for you, but it's a great question. If anybody's looking for a dissertation topic, there might be one of them. Do we have questions back there?
Sorry. Just because we've been hearing so much more about psychedelics and the use of psychedelics to treat particularly depression, and even schizophrenia, I think. I mean, there's been a lot recently about psychedelics, the use of like LSD. What are your thoughts about that?
I didn't pay her to ask that question. Actually, a couple of the researchers in Santa Fe lead some of the field when it comes to ayahuasca and different things in order to assist with depression. Number one, it's guided, it's structured, it's debriefed, it's decompressed when it needs to be, and the colleagues have ethical guidelines that they follow. I think it is a wonderful alternative, might even be called in a native perspective, a complementary medicine, or an indigenous perspective, a complementary medicine that has wonderful promise for certain kinds of disorders. I was very shocked recently when I went down to the mall here. There's kind of a head shop, I guess they call them dispensaries now, that has cannabis, and they have advertised Kratom, kratom or kratom. When I was doing research on native healers in different parts of the world in '82, I was initiated into a band, a cult, a group of indigenous people with about a 400-year history where I didn't speak their language, they didn't speak mine, but when I walked into that part of their jungle with a guide, we understood each other speaking our language. Then my initiation included drinking potions of hyacinths and other things, and when I left there, I was given packets of what's called jamu, J-A-M-U. Anybody here from Indonesia or ever been there? I brought it back, and at Texas Tech we analyzed it. It's kratom, which is now becoming very popular, still legal in the state of New Mexico, and it is a mixture of a psychedelic, stimulant, and lasted in my visions for about 2 weeks after that. We analyzed the stuff at Texas Tech University, and we found out what it was. And now it would still be legal. If I want to go back and get the rest of the wrappers of stuff and try it, I could, but there ain't no way I'm going to do that again. One of the things that we know when it comes to our native populations that use peyote in the Native American church or any of the indigenous, they tend not to have any psychotic phenomena that's not healthy, including in the reservation schools. They're able to reintroduce after the ceremonies without issues. But a lot of folks that try it just to see what the big vision is do have problems with their continuing psychotic experience, and often make, if they're already having psychosis, often make it worse. So it can be great when it is now being tested in a structured way and there's positive outcome versus a street drug psychedelic. It's a great question.
Mushrooms also. Mushrooms is the other one that I hear people are using.
There's a lot of, excuse me, there's a lot of different kinds of mushrooms that are out there. We do know that red top mushrooms with white specks do create some kind of psychotic experiences that last for months and months and months.
Okay, are there any other
We do
questions?
have a question on the
Yeah.
online.
So the question says, recently it says that SSRIs are not necessary, and they want to know if they're placebos or not, and what is Dr. Strickler's opinion on that?
Say that again, please, a little louder.
This question says that SSRIs and CBT are not sufficient and are placebos. What is your opinion on that? SSRIs.
Oh, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. And what was the next part?
And what's your opinion on it? If they're placebos or not?
There are some studies that use them as placebos compared to more definitive and more structured kinds of drugs that have a longer lasting and a different part of the brain effect. I don't think that they are just placebos. We do know that they do assist people that have some dysthymia. They do help some people with depression. But if we take it a little bit further, some people that are prone possibly to mania, they can send a person into a manic episode. That's one of the reasons that I think it is important when we in our offices find somebody who are looking for some help because they can't kick their own blues, they can't get rid of them, they don't seem to be feeling better, that we refer to somebody who can actually do the appropriate kind of medication management with their symptoms. Some people have more than one kind of disease. They'll have a depression, they'll have mania, and they'll have schizophrenia. And that requires a different kind of medication. And as an instructor or as a teacher, when I had students that were with that, there are times in which we had to keep them in the class, but we would modify our syllabus to be able to manage their thinking abilities, their ups and their downs, as well as the periods during the day when the medications cause them to be drowsy and things like that. So I don't know if that answered that person's question, but it's a good question, and I've heard that among even our psychiatrists that I work with at the hospital.
Okay, I want to thank you so much for the time. And both of our speakers have graciously offered to talk with anyone who would like to talk with them further after we're through. For all of you who attended today, welcome back. Welcome back to this community. Welcome back to our Professional Development Day. And welcome back, and thank you for everything you do for all of our students and for ourselves to make us this wonderful, diverse, strong academic community. And we will see you in the spring semester, so thank you so very much.